Oh, A networking space, so you can meet there, you can rest. So we're very very happy to have you. It is a very special moment to meet again, but we are also a world organization, and we are aware of what happens in the world, and we wanna we wanna invite you to hold a minute of silence for um, for the communities, the people, and our members in Turkey and Syria, in solidarity and in remembrance of the victims. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Miria. So, as we meet again this year, we recall how we met last year at the in Daejeon for the UCLG Congress. So we have a short video celebrating that. And after the video, our Secretary General, Emilia Sais, will officially kick off the retreat. Thank you.
We meet. We meet from all over the world. We meet and we communicate in our different languages. We meet because we don't all think the same about everything. We meet because the strength of the municipal movement will ensure a better future for humanity. We learn. We research. We advocate. And we listen. And that is why meeting is necessary. Care, renaturing, feminism, municipalism. These aspirations bring us together so that local and regional governments from around the world open up and connect about ideas and concerns that people share. We meet because we stand on the shoulders of those people who have built our movement over more than a century ago. The future. Our world is at a foundational moment. The reason why we meet is to reaffirm our common sense of humanity, a pact for the future, for people, for planet, for government. Together, we embrace our origins to deliver systemic transformation.
Thank you for being here. I always get emotional. I look back and I see what can happen when we get together. Because a lot happens all the time. We take decisions, we build the future, we define new policies. We don't always succeed in making them a reality, but at least we do try, and we try hard. And today, although as our colleagues had just reminded us, although it's a sad moment for the world where a lot of people are suffering, we propose to you to come together with energy, with illusion, with and with a strong drive to change things. So let me tell you what is going to happen here, and let me give you a bit of a taste of what a retreat is, because there are many people that have never been in a UCLG retreat, and this is not a normal gathering. Very few things are normal in UCLG. What do you define as normal? But certainly what we try in UCLG is to ensure that we have everybody on board, that we hear all the voices, that we all participate. And I was trying to share my thoughts with the team this morning when we were rehearsing and talking about the sessions today. And I was saying it's always very hard to explain to people what the difference is between this and what we just did in Daejeon in October. There is a big difference. And I said, well, the easy way to explain it is, well, Daejeon was like the big feast, you know, like a banquet. Like we come together for a very big celebration. And we have all these high political voices that want to be heard. Well, what we are doing here today is a very important, very select, very much taken care of, home-cooked dinner. You are in our kitchen. You are in our kitchen. You can see what we are going to be cooking, and you can even decide what we cook. That's what we have invited you to do here today.
Okay.
And what we are proposing to you is that we look at what we are, where we come from, and what we are able to do in the future. Now, it is a unique space for co-creation, for interaction, and we are going to challenge you to do so. And you will not be listening only. You will be participating. There are no hierarchies. We've got politicians. We've got academics. We've got journalists. We've got members. Everybody is sitting together and able to discuss at the same level in the same sessions. So what is the objective this time? The objective is to define and to find out how in a world that is as divided as the world that we live today, as polarized as it is, with the polycrisis and complex emergencies that we are facing, how in a world like that, and against all odds, we are able to stick together as municipal movement. And what kind of responsibility does that entail? What do we need to do to ensure that we unpack the pact for the future that we saw adopted in Daejeon? What does it mean, this pact, for our day-to-day work as a network, as nodes of the network, but also in your day-to-day work? So discovering that together, but also identifying what role each of you can play in that unpacking. We don't like to call it implementation, but the role that you play in that unpacking is what we want to discover together. And, you know, if we admit that it is very difficult to achieve what we have achieved already, getting the pact adopted in its complexity and its boldness, then it is our responsibility to ensure that that narrative, that the strong, bold narrative, which I like, that it is transformed into policy that will make a difference for the day-to-day life of the people that you serve, that we serve. And in order to do that, we need to discover our power. And it's not power as individual power. It's not power as an aim in itself. It's actually power that is collective. It's power that makes sense only because it's doing something for someone else. It's what we call the power of we. The power of we is collective and allows us to see the world in its totality. It's not only our vision of the world that usually narrows what we identify as possible. With the power of we, with our collective action, with our capacity, we are able to identify what is truly possible beyond what we know today. So the objective of this retreat is to identify what we need to do that we had not thought about. That's why you are here. Otherwise, we would be all home trying to think within our own boxes, right? We are going to be breaking down those boxes and trying to see what they can configure together. So that collective power, the power of we, is the notion of a single humanity, a single development agenda, a universal agenda. That's what we are defending at the United Nations. That is the difference between local multilateralism and the multilateralism that we currently work with. The difference that we are trying to make is we need to think about the people as humanity, not as numbers, right? So the proposal that we bring to all of you is a revolution, not an industrial revolution. You know, we have brought you to a space in Barcelona that we all love because it's the part of Barcelona that had to rethink and redefine itself. That's what UCLG will need to do. And UCLG will need to do that in a peaceful revolution, which is a revolution of care, a revolution of emotions, in a world where algorithms are going to be determining how we think about things, what things we think about. The humanity will need to seek its quality, its added value, its meaning. And we are doing that already as a network. As local and regional governments, we are able to do that because you are in close proximity with the citizens. You see their dreams and you see their interests. So what we want is for people to understand, the international community, people, for people to understand the added value of this municipal movement and what differentiates our diplomacy from other diplomacies. That's the proposal. We want the international community, our partners, our colleagues, our friends, to understand our added value, and the added value for us is that power of we. The power of we that we are going to be unpacking throughout the week. Our collective action, our capacity to decide together, but also our capacity to look towards the future and to construct dreams. And that's where that industrial revolution that this was the house of and our revolution of care will meet. The proposal this week will be to consider yourselves the factory of the future. And we will tell you about that a bit later. But now I want to give the floor to someone that is very special to us, Pedro Bravo. Pedro is a journalist. Well, he's many things. He's a writer. He has been working with us for quite a long time and has been helping us to define this power of we that is going to be the entry point to our partners and to the international community from now on. So Pedro, when you think about us, about the international municipal movement, what is what you think about? What do you think UCLG was when you started to work with us? What do you think UCLG is now that you have been working with us for a while?
Thank you, Emilia. I'm going to speak in Spanish. I'm Spanish, to make it more dynamic or more easy for me. Gracias, Emilia. Gracias a los que estáis aquí en el retiro. Bueno, cuando pensábamos en UCLG, en CGLU, cuando nos encargasteis trabajar en el relato de CGLU para el futuro, pensábamos en algo que has dicho al principio de tu intervención, en cómo estamos en un mundo cada vez más polarizado y cada vez más individualista, o eso dicen, ¿no? Y probablemente tengan razón, ¿no? Pero pensábamos que hay un lugar o que hay lugares donde esa polarización y ese individualismo se rompen cada día porque no nos queda más remedio que encontrarnos, que we meet, ¿no? Y esos lugares son los lugares donde habitamos. Son las ciudades, son los barrios, son las calles, son las metrópolis, los municipios, ¿no? Y pensábamos que eso ocurre desde que la humanidad decidió dejar de ser cazadora-recolectora y se metió en poblaciones a intercambiar, a comerciar, a discutir, a disfrutar juntos, ¿no? En común. Y cómo eso, a pesar de que la evolución social sí, y el modelo económico también nos está llevando a ese individualismo, no solo la tecnología como pensamos, que esto viene de un modelo económico, esto sucede cada día en las ciudades porque no nos queda más remedio que encontrarnos a pesar de la diversidad y de las diferencias. En las ciudades, desde el principio de las ciudades, es donde la gente distinta ha podido encontrarse, no siempre sin conflicto, es decir, en las ciudades hay conflicto, no hay que tener miedo al conflicto porque las ciudades también son lugares donde el conflicto se soluciona con el diálogo y la inteligencia colectiva que se desarrolla encontrando lugares comunes para puntos divergentes, ¿no? Que eso es todo el rato lo que ocurre en las ciudades, todo el rato, en cada momento de la ciudad es lo que está ocurriendo todo el rato, ¿no? Entonces, cuando nosotros pensábamos en vosotros, en primer lugar pensábamos en lo que ocurre en las ciudades y en cómo esto es la fuerza capaz de frenar ese individualismo y esa polarización. Porque en el fondo, y contestando a tu pregunta, ¿qué es CGLU? Es una ciudad de ciudades, de alguna manera, ¿no? Es un lugar, digamos, virtual, ahora mismo es real, en el que se reúnen más de 240.000 ciudades, territorios, municipios, gobiernos locales. Eso es más de 5.000 millones de personas. Es decir, es prácticamente todo el mundo, como también has dicho tú antes, ¿no? Entonces, nos imaginábamos el poder de un lugar, de un espacio virtual, pero de un espacio real como de debate, en el que a través del encuentro, que es lo que ocurre aquí, que es lo que ocurre en casi todos los momentos en CGLU, se pudiesen afrontar los retos que tiene la humanidad, que además la mayoría los tiene en las ciudades, ¿no? El tema de la sostenibilidad, el tema de la desigualdad, el tema de los desastres naturales, como habéis mencionado con el minuto de silencio en Turquía y en Siria, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Y nos imaginábamos cómo es el poder de nosotras las personas que nos juntamos, qué es lo que ocurre cada día en las ciudades, es lo que ocurre cada día en CGLU y lo que os hace ser poderosos, ¿no? Poderosos y poderosas. Lo que se hace es un relato, que es lo que nosotros pensábamos para construir con vosotros. Un relato se construye, la definición de relato es una cosa que se construye en la historia común, digamos, para abordar el presente y el futuro, pero también de dónde vienes, ¿no? Un relato se construye en común. Eso es lo que hacéis en CGLU, es decir, nosotros cuando construíamos el relato queríamos coger lo que habíais hecho y también proponeros que hicieseis más y mejor, ¿no? Y por eso el Power of We yo creo que no solo es una cosa bonita para afuera, sino creo que es una cosa motivadora para adentro. Si habéis leído a Harari en Sapiens, recordaréis que él habla de que el relato es lo que nos hace a los humanos diferentes de los animales, porque él lo llama ficciones, yo prefiero llamarlo relato, lo que nos hace es generar confianza en torno a un tema en el que todos creemos, o parte de nosotros creemos, ¿no? Para nosotros con The Power of We creo que llegamos a la madre de todos los relatos, porque esa confianza es la que se genera diariamente en las ciudades y en organizaciones como la vuestra, y creo que por ahí hay un camino para recorrer en común de futuro, ¿no? Creemos que ese poder de nosotras, que es las personas juntas, pensando juntas, actuando juntas, encontrándose juntas, aprendiendo juntas, como hemos visto, escuchando juntas, que es muy importante también, es la única manera en la que nos podemos enfrentar a los retos del futuro. Si hay alguna solución para los retos del futuro, no sabemos cuál es, pero seguro que no es el individualismo y la polarización. Si hay alguna solución, pasa por The Power of We. Si hay alguna solución, pasa por lo que va a ocurrir estos días aquí, que es personas juntándose para encontrar un camino común para los retos comunes, ¿no? Entonces, eso es lo que nosotros queríamos representar con The Power of We y animaros a representar. Y una última cosa, cuando pensábamos en el nosotras, no pensábamos solo en la humanidad, pensábamos en los compañeros de viaje de la humanidad, en este viaje, digamos, planetario, si me permitís el relato casi de ciencia ficción, que no lo es, porque es nuestro presente diario. Nosotros acompañamos a las plantas, a los animales, a la tierra, al agua, a la naturaleza en general, ¿no? Entonces, cuando hablemos, yo os pediría que cuando hablemos también de nosotras, pensemos que ese nosotras son también ellos, son también las cosas, los objetos, las plantas, etcétera, etcétera, porque no hay un futuro posible sin que el nosotras incluya a todo el entorno en el que habitamos nosotros, porque nosotros somos una cosita más de ese entorno.
Muchísimas gracias, Pedro. Lo que me decimos. Thank you very much for those thoughts. From now on, when people type uclg.org in their screens, what they are going to get to see is the power of we. I'm sorry because that screen is not working now. We will solve it for tomorrow, but you have these two here. So that's what people are going to see, is the power of we. And I'm going to invite colleagues to scroll through this, because it runs through the concept that Pedro has just presented, which is the power of we is that we care. And as you can recall, the Pact for the Future is that care. How we are going to ensure that we care for others, that we care for humanity. We act, of course, we research, we meet, we listen. And if we go to care, then we can see how it unfolds into the different axes of the pact, which is, yes, if there is no internet, then we don't have a portal. But care would unfold into people, planet, and government. So we invite you. We are going to provide the QRs. We invite you to scroll through the web. We will be using it throughout the week, and we will show you what our proposal is for that web. And our hope is that that portal becomes the portal of all of us, that your own work connects with that. And if you go through it, you will find the work of the different parts of the network, of the sections, of the committees, of the studies that we have been developing, together. That's the proposal, to ensure that we show ourselves not simply as an institution, that we are more than the sum of us. That's the exercise that we are trying to do. And this is the new understanding that we want to bring to all of you. I've got a last question to you, Pedro. You write a lot about cities, what cities are doing, the challenges of cities. In fact, you and I met because you had written a very impressive book on the impact of tourism in cities, it really opened my eyes. So you are opinionated about cities. And my question to you, and we are going to be asking these questions to a lot of people around the room throughout the week, is: can we make a difference? Can this group of people make a difference? Are we on time to make the change that we need to trigger? It's a small question, Pedro. Very easy to answer.
Sí. No puedo decir que no, porque tendría que salir corriendo. Pero además es que creo que sí. Es decir, que creo que encontrarse con esa actitud de todos los WIS que estamos mencionando, de escuchar, de investigar, de advocate, ¿no? de abogar por nuevas políticas, es la única manera. Es verdad también que hay que pasar del encuentro a la acción, ¿no? Y que es verdad que esto tarda mucho tiempo, digamos, las burocracias, digamos, de los gobiernos locales, todos lo sabemos, son lentos, igual que son escasos los recursos y grandísimos los retos, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que sí, y que la primera, digamos, cosa que tendríamos que pedir, que tendríais que pedir de los gobiernos locales, son más recursos y más competencias para realmente tener capacidad para afrontar esos retos, ¿no? Porque a veces, digamos, y esto en el tema del turismo se ve muy evidente, los problemas ocurren en lugares que no tienen ni competencias ni recursos para afrontar esos problemas, porque se pierden, digamos, en las administraciones superiores, ¿no? Pero sí, yo creo que el primer paso para solucionar los problemas es hablar de los problemas y enseguida pasar a la acción, pero una acción meditada, una acción reflexionada y una acción que sea de nosotras, es decir, de nosotras y nosotros, que no sea lo que uno necesita, sino que sea lo que a todos, aunque no sea lo conveniente para cada uno, pero que sea lo que a todos nos convenga, digamos, para ese pacto por el futuro, ¿no? Entonces, a tu respuesta sí, y no solo por no irme corriendo, que no quiero, sino porque realmente creo que sí, que lugares y espacios virtuales y reales como este son los necesarios para cambiar las cosas.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we've got a lot of believers in the room, but we are also very critical with ourselves. And when we were working on the pact, and if we click on those axes that you see there already in the screen, people, planet, and government, you see commitments and you see actions that we propose as a network to make the narrative come alive. And when we talk about the need to increase competencies and to increase resources, we are obviously in agreement, and it is something that we monitor closely and is one of the things that we do before the international community. But I also think that recent events, recent history, in particular the pandemic, have actually shown us also how fast cities can react, how local and regional governments can actually be very fast in the response at the front lines. We see it again in Turkey today. I mean, our Turkish members, and I want to thank them for being here. Thank you very much. We see that many of them have sent their teams to the most affected zones, that they have put all the resources to ensure the humanitarian response. Sometimes it is possible to do many things. What we do find is a lot of red tape later in the contact with other spheres of government. And tomorrow we will be looking at the detail of that. What kind of red tape do we find? How do we need to transform our notion of governance as well? How does the governance architecture need to change to actually govern complex emergencies, which is also something that we are researching in UCLG. But today we are going to focus on the tools that we have. And tomorrow we will be focusing on the challenges that we know that we have as humanity, and some of the specific issues that we want to address to actually overcome them. Today, we will look at the tools, and this is why this diverse panel is here with us. Members, academics that have been accompanying us in the exercise, representatives of our sections that organize our membership in a certain world region, and one of our key partners, the European Commission. We want to engage with you in that conversation. What tools do we have? What can you mean to the movement? What can the movement mean to you? And in order to do that exercise, we want to first make a concrete proposal on how to work towards that. And we want to present to you the idea of the factory for the future. I wanted to call it the factory of dreams, but factory of the future seems a bit more relevant at the moment. So let us kick off the factory for the future. Yes, we literally have a crane. So when you hear this music, you know that this is all hands on deck, and we need to start to work. With the exception of today, because we are going to hear other colleagues. But we will tell you what ideas we have. So Sarah, can you actually introduce how that factory for the future looks like?
Of course. It is a pleasure for me to say hello to all of you, to see so many participants, and now to unroll what is our understanding of the factory of the future. So please, I think the factory of the future is inspired by the Pact of the Future, and that is what all is the deal of this retreat. We are really under an umbrella, the umbrella we bring from day John, so it's not only a declaration, it is a concept, and we will show you in the factory of the future how is the productivity around the Pact for the Future. So we are, of course, in the power of we, so from a methodological perspective, which I will now explain, The power of we, I think Pedro said this, it's not only a narrative, we have to come to action, we have to implement. So this is a little bit the big question of the retreat. And we want you to engage, to connect, and to construct with us what we will do with the Pact for the Future. So maybe first point, Emilia already said, we are in a place built up in the 19th century. And just remembering that this was a big momentum for Barcelona and for Catalonia. Barcelona and Catalonia by that time were small, but had a lot of, was very pushed by a lot of industries. So small industries and small factories. Like this Palo Alto. This place was a textile factory where the machines were rolling and a lot of sound and people were building up these factories in a speed that was amazing for that time. They all were coming to Barcelona because Barcelona had the port. So the point, of course, when you want to construct something, the first thing is that you connect. You connect through the port to the airport. Nowadays, we have the best, normally the best internet in this area. Maybe today it was a little bit, yeah, I don't know what happened, but this is really famous for very early, important internet connection. And of course, when we now look into the future, the factories which we have here is creative thinking, creative factory, and that's also the understanding of Barcelona and of us as UCLG. So when we look in our transformative power, can we change slides? Yeah, we look how we understand the factory. You all have been in factories, or you know what industrialization and factory means. So factory does not mean only to sell something, but to produce. So we have a chain of steps to come to our final product and to the impact of our work. And this chain has, in our case, four stops and steps. So the first is identify the tools, the material, as Emilia said. Now, today, we are looking on that. Who are we? What are our tools? What are our assets? What are our skills? Then we will do a value chain analysis. A value chain analysis means, okay, how do we work? How do we relate all this with our work? What kind of impact could we look for? So like a market study. Then the assembly lines. So this is a very important element of piloting. If we have a product, we pilot and we don't go with anything, the first thing we out, but we have to test. And then is logistic and distribution. So we prepare our work to go out. We have the global stage, the multilateral system. We are really have an enormous market. And finally, we showcase and we make more out of our products. So these are the steps of the factory, and this will enroll every day one step. So today, with the first step, yeah, thank you, we are with the power of we. So this is, of course, looking into what we are, and not only what we want, but what we are. So what do we have? And now we will later on do the first exercise, the methodology, which you all will help us to see what are we as a movement. As Emilia just said, where is our starting point? Do we have capacity? And this will be the first day where we can say unfold the power of we. Tomorrow we will have a day dedicated to the Pact for the Future, because this is an important umbrella document. We have to go further with a pact, and we will do, of course, we will have many inputs and many inspirational thoughts, but the methodologies will again look into connecting the Pact for the Future to our work, to the possible impact, to the narrative, to the resources, and to the activities. And this will be done in a World Café, which is a very, very participatory methodology. Then in the afternoon, we will look in this piloting element. So here, like in a laboratory, we can really play with the main pieces UCLG is famous for, which we know is narrative. So narrative means we have to argue. We often write speeches for mayors. We know how to argue. We push, we lobby, we advocate. So how do we do this? And this, how do we do this? We will do together with you. So there is a methodology, which is the thinking hats. This will inspire us to think not only from the benefits, so to convince the convinced, but also from the other angles. So what are our critics? What can happen? How can we look forward more to solutions? There will be a lot of room for thinking out of the box, as we could say, which we will call piloting our narrative. And then on Wednesday, we will have the creation of the roadmap. So this is what we would call the logistics, the part of logistics. So we are famous now, and I think the Global Task Force, they are all the partners of the Global Task Force, they will all be here. And the Global Task Force is the group that is advocating in the United Nations for the localization of the SDG. And this is not only 3 or 4 people going there, and it's not only 1 to 3 seats offered by Emilia to come with her to some place. No, it's much more. We are looking into the opportunities, high-spotted opportunities that are unique, and we need to prepare how to go there, reflecting not only messages, but how do we bring our power of we into these spaces and make the change. So this is about how we pack our assets and our power into those opportunity spots we will have over the next years. And then finally, we will go back to our own network. So we call this the last day is consolidating a global community that cares. So this care idea will, of course, again lead us in the Thursday. And besides inputs, we will have a marketplace for the future. So the marketplace will mean that also you and many of you have made proposals, what you are doing, how you connect, what else can the network do, which we often don't know and are not enough aware. So this is a point, connecting the tools between each other, and we will have a very nice methodology with 12 or 15 sellers, or maybe it's more, but there you will see that it's not only the World Secretariat, it's much of you providing us the work that is done by the municipal movement in the cities, in the association, in the networks. And thank you very much. This will be the factory of the future. Thank you for listening.
Well, this is you working, right? I mean, don't think that what you're going to be doing is just listening. It's actually you working. That's the proposal. How does it sound? Uy. Are we ready? Yay. Oh. Okay, one less headache. People, I need to hear you. I need to feel you. Otherwise, we might just as well pack and go home. We need to do this together. The factory of the future is the methodology that we are going to be giving to some of the discussions. Because, of course, we are used to exchanging. We are used to a lot of narrative. And what we want to do this time is not only to discuss about the ideas that we promote and that we defend and that we want to put in place, but we want to have the opportunity to talk about the how. About the how and how you can contribute to this experiment. And one thing that we clearly understand, when you have such a powerful document adopted by such a strong network, and remember the numbers. We don't usually do that, but remember the numbers. I mean, the smallest meeting that we can do is the meeting that we're doing this week, and we are going to be around 300 people from all the corners of the world. In fact, many less people are sitting already in this room today from many different places of the world. But when such a strong document is adopted with that diversity, then you come to realize that doing things as usual will not work. we are not able to do the things that we usually did. If we keep doing those, we will fail in the deployment, in the implementation, but also in the rolling out. And that is the challenge that we have as secretariats. We need to evolve at regional level, at global level, but that we have as networks, as political leaders as well. We need to make sure that the commitments push through, that they become a reality. And we are certain that researching, learning, advocating, and dialoguing, meeting, are critical to be able to act. So we want to ensure that our structures, that our network has the capacity to keep doing that. Yes, we need to keep doing that. So we need to nurture what we have. But we also understand that we will need to have different types of partnerships. And this is why this room is filled with partners that are challenging us to make changes, that are challenging us to become better, to be more bold in what we do. And throughout the week, we will be able to discuss, okay, what is the next step in our partnerships? What are the high impact partnerships that we need to have to make a difference? So every day, we will have a segment dedicated to those partnerships, right? High impact partnership, but also high impact localization from our perspective. The connection between the Summit of the Sustainable Development Goals that we are celebrating this year and the Summit of the Future of the United Nations that will be celebrated next year is localization, is local service provision, actually. That is the connection. That is the proposal that we are bringing to the multilateral system. And in order to do that, we need to showcase the high impact localization that we are doing, and we need to go to the multilateral system with those samples that we have, but also to our partners, also among ourselves, commit to that kind of high impact localization. And that's what we would like to have also embraced by the other member organizations of the Global Task Force on Wednesday, that we will go together as one to the United Nations with that kind of high impact localization policies that need to help us address the gap that we know exists in the achievement of the SDGs. We are nowhere near where we need to be, and this is why we know we cannot keep doing what we are doing. Something needs to change. And we feel local governments are very well placed, our community together are very well placed to trigger the changes that we need. Changes in investment, but also the changes that Pedro was suggesting. I mean, a different relation with the resources, a different relation with nature, a different relation with other human beings. We are at the foundational moment, like some of our materials are saying, like our pacts are saying. And finding the new ways of doing things, these high impact partnerships, these high impact actions will be critical. We know that we will need to make changes in the way that we work, that we relate with partners, in the way that we work together within the organization. And the retreat is that moment to identify what kind of different discussions do we need to trigger in our policy councils. Policy councils are the spaces where politicians discuss some of the most critical issues that we need to discuss for transformation. Difficult issues like the right to the city, like the commons, like human rights. What are the next steps of all of these things? And for us now to decide is will the policy councils continue meeting only with local and regional politicians? Or are our partners from organized civil society, the town hall members of UCLG, be part of the policy councils? What happens when we do in UCLG what we are asking the United Nations to do? We are asking the United Nations to give us a seat at the table. Now we need to give more seats at the table as well. That's the kind of shift that I'm talking about, you see? That's the exercise that we are proposing during the retreat. So allow me now to go to the panel, to the diverse panel that we have, and I'm very happy to see Anne-Christelle joining us from Libreville on the screen. She will be coming to Barcelona in a couple of days, but she couldn't make it for today. So she said, well, I'll do today online, but she will be with us. So we will be able to hug and to exchange. Bienvenue, mon cher ami. Merci d'être là. I will go to her in a minute, but I want to start with Octavi de la Varga. You are already saying, oh, I don't like to start.
I'm scared.
I wanted to start with you, Octavi, because you know you embody many things of this movement. This movement is a movement that always keeps people coming. You know, we don't usually lose people on the way. We people keep belonging to the movement, even if they play a different role. And Octavi is one of those persons that has been working with a movement for quite a while. You are now working with the province of Barcelona, but you were also Secretary General of Metropolis until not very long ago. So you have experienced us from different perspectives. Of course, the province of Barcelona, the Diputación of Barcelona, is very active in UCLG, and you are dynamizing, you are facilitating one of our local for action hubs. But I wanted to ask from you, in the latest exchanges that you and I had, you were saying, wow, we are doing really well in these learning materials, in these localization materials that we have. Can we do a stock taking? And I am wondering, Octavi, do you identify with what we've been telling about the need to evolve, to find our new added value? And what would a high level, a high impact action mean to you? Also an easy one, eh?
I know.
Yeah.
I know I shouldn't have sent you that WhatsApp that
answer.
day.
I know you are able to answer.
I shouldn't have been exchanging with you. No, really, it's a very tricky question. One thing is true that what Emilia was referring is that I was just going over the different materials, training, learning materials, and said, well, what you are doing on localization, that's pretty, now from my perspective, working for a local government, very specific, very helpful, because it provides you with, it connects you with the reality. It provides you with reference frameworks that then you can directly apply into local reality.
Yeah, you're talking in particular about our massive online courses, right?
That's it.
That we have.
But then my question was, because at that time I was also reviewing, you know, when we spent in March, April, May 2020, all these live learning experiences, every week we were waiting for these exchanges. And I was looking at some of the videos at that time, so 3 years ago, that was 3 years ago, and you all were saying, especially our political leadership was saying, we need to rethink. We need to look at new models. We need to do things in a new way. We need to rethink the way we design cities. We need to look at new public policies, the government's models. Everything needed to change. And I was asking Emilia, 3 years after, have anything changed in our community, in the way we do things, in the way we want to apply public policies? And I think part of the answer, he said to me, well, the Pact for the Future and the implementation of the Pact of the Future is that answer. But it's true that, I mean, what we are learning, we should learn at that moment as a movement. You talk about a movement, and I'm happy you talk about a movement, because we are not a network. Well, we are a network. We work as a network, but I think if we want to understand UCLG as a whole, it's not a network. There are plenty of networks around the world. No? And you know, Michele Acuto has identified over 250 networks of local governments around the world. So if you think in terms of networks, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense that we're here today meeting. So in terms of movements, that changed the perspective. But then we need to acknowledge one thing is our contradictions. Our communities have many, many contradictions. And you're talking about this space, which is a factory, and that has provided a lot of development in this, for the city of Barcelona and the region of Catalonia. But last week we learned it on a documentary on the public television that most of the industrial development of Catalonia and the modernism was thanks to the money based on slavery and traffic of people, and slavery traffic. So there are lots of contradictions. So something that brings development to a community brings suffering and pain to another community. And it's still happening today, in these days. So I think that's a movement, and within the thinking of the Pact of the Future, we should acknowledge that there are contradictions. And we shouldn't escape them. We should look at the other one, and I think you mentioned it at the beginning, from a different perspective, that complexity. What has shown us the pandemic, and what's happening after the pandemic, is the complexity of our world, but also the complexity of our cities and communities, and that we need new approaches. And I think that's something that I think UCLG, if I look at it in a perspective, we are learning to do it. I mean, some years ago we were working in silos, and now we're working from a holistic approach. Sometimes it's an excuse, working on a holistic approach. It means that you want to tackle everything and you don't tackle anything, that you want to work with all the methodologies but you don't use anyone. But I think we're learning to connect all the dots, and connecting as advocacy. I was looking at the different approaches, advocacy with training, with narrative, with specific projects and so on. But as well the complexity of the community that is gathering here. And as you mentioned that at the beginning, I mean, I think that's the unique space. And that's why I was saying before, we are not only a network, we are something else. That as a local government, I can connect with other networks, I can connect with political leaderships, I can connect with practitioners, I can connect with media representatives, with academia, with thinkers, with the international agencies. So we are developing a space. And I think we are in a transitional moment, that we know where we want to go. I suppose that's a Pact of the Future that was approved by the World Council in Dijon. And now we need to look at the tools that can help us to understand our contradictions as territories, as communities, as our development contradictions, how we can ensure as well that we take into account the complexity, especially in terms of, I'm obsessed about that, governance models. I mean, governance, for me, is the key issue of the governance of the territories, the ways we also connect at different layers of government. And I have the feeling that we're still working on old models, and we still have not found a new model. No? And that's something that as well, I think in the discussion we should have this week, we should be tackling. So I stop here.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, thinking about the contradictions as well, I think is extremely important. I think when we were working on the draft of the pact for the future, we sometimes had that difficulty as well. There were many contradictions. One of the contradictions was, I mean, can we be talking about things that are not competence of local and regional governments as a movement? Can we have an opinion on that? Can we push for transformation in things that are not in our control? And the answer that we found, I'm looking at Luca because he was part of that advisory team, we said yes, because shaping the future is not only about what is in our responsibility, but is how we want the world to be. So whoever is in charge, we need to have an opinion. That was one of the contradictions that we were facing as a movement. But also these contradictions that are deeper in the idea for development, the values to be defended, what we consider values and what not, how we deal with loss and damages, the big question that we have, because it's clear that now you have polluters and that you have people that are suffering from that pollution. And so those are the kinds of contradictions that we need to face. We talk about a next generation of human rights, but we talk about that in a context where equality is not decreasing, inequality is increasing, in fact. So I really like that idea, and I hope that we can discuss that further about how to address our contradictions. I think this is an added value of a different type of partnership. And this space that you have defined as a space, as a movement indeed, where we can meet all the different stakeholders. I think it's a very important change for us about not waiting for anybody else to create that space for us, but we are creating that space. So in my book, that is what local multilateralism entails. It's not knocking at the doors only to have a space in other people's room, but actually opening up the room. So thank you very much for that inspiring talk. And I will go now to the Vice Mayor of Libreville and Christelle. Do a sign if you hear me. Vous m'entendez? Ça va? Oui? And Christelle?
Bonjour Emilia, je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez.
Oui, je vous entends très très bien en fait. C'est à vous la parole, madame, en fait. On voulait vous savoir pour parler de votre expérience dans le cadre des conseils politiques. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour vous? Le pacte pour l'avenir et votre expérience à CGLU. Merci d'être là.
Merci Madame Emilia et bonjour à tous, tout protocole respecté. Je voudrais d'abord, en tant que conseil politique, vous remercier, Emilia, remercier le CGLU de pouvoir nous associer à ce bel exercice d'intelligence collective cet après-midi. C'est une grande pratique qui mérite d'être effectivement perpétuée. Je voudrais aussi vous féliciter, vous et tous les partenaires donc, qui ont concouru à cette plateforme d'échange. Oui, Emilia, en tant que conseil politique, je souscris parfaitement et je l'ai.
On ne vous entend pas? On a quelques problèmes de son?
Voilà. L'expression de notre richesse, l'expression de notre diversité et en réalité, le pouvoir du nous réside donc dans cet échange que nous avons parce que nous venons d'horizons différents et nous avons des idées différentes, nous avons parfois des cultures différentes et des valeurs différentes aussi. Sauf que le CGLU, dans les conseils politiques, nous a donc offert cette opportunité de pouvoir nous exprimer. Et le pacte pour le futur auquel nous avons adhéré en tant que ville est pour nous l'instrument par excellence qui nous permettra de briser les barrières, d'enfoncer des portes qui ne sont pas encore ouvertes pour nous. Et vous le disiez, n'attendons pas que nous créons où les institutions ou les partenaires nous créent des espaces, mais il est important aussi que nous puissions nous-mêmes créer ces espaces dans lesquels nous les invitons. Et à ce titre, en tant que conseil politique, Emilia, nous voulons dire que le pacte de l'avenir, le pacte pour le futur, donc de l'avenir de l'humanité, dans toutes ses composantes, qu'elles soient pour les personnes, qu'elles soient pour la planète ou qu'elles soient pour les gouvernements, nous permettront ensemble d'aller plus loin. Parce qu'il y a un adage, effectivement, qui dit « lorsqu'on est seul, on va vite, mais lorsqu'on est à plusieurs, donc ensemble, on va beaucoup plus loin ». Et nous pensons que dans le cadre de ce séminaire, justement, avec le pouvoir du nous, c'est une invite à aller plus loin ensemble. Une invite à aller plus loin pour pouvoir donc mettre en place des outils innovants. Et aujourd'hui, avec le concept de la fabrique, nous pensons que cette fabrique, effectivement, qui regroupe la multitude de partenaires que le CGLU a, pourrait être justement ce creuset qui pourra faire en sorte que les idées que nous pourrons avoir pour accélérer, par exemple, la décentralisation au niveau des collectivités locales, par exemple, pour obliger les gouvernements centraux à avoir des passerelles, des plateformes de communication avec les collectivités locales, pour les obliger, par exemple, à associer les collectivités locales à tous les grands projets d'investissement, pour permettre que les partenaires au développement puissent plus s'intégrer aux collectivités locales dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre des partenariats publics-privés. Oui, nous pensons qu'ensemble et à travers donc le pouvoir du nous pouvons justement accélérer tous ces écosystèmes transformationnels donc en vue d'une atteinte de nos objectifs. Donc, Emilia, nous pensons que le séminaire d'aujourd'hui pourra justement nous aider à construire, non pas à construire des échelles ou des escaliers, mais à construire ces ponts qui sont nécessaires pour avoir des villes et des territoires plus justes, avoir des villes et des territoires plus inclusifs, des villes et des territoires plus solidaires, et afin que justement nous puissions donc pouvoir vivre la réalisation de notre pacte pour le futur. Donc, je serai heureuse de vous retrouver dans quelques heures à Barcelone, et je vous remercie encore pour le temps que vous avez pris pour connecter les conseillers politiques à cette grande rencontre. Merci encore.
Merci, merci à vous. Well, it's always incredible for us working at the technical level at secretariats to see how political leaders from such diverse realities embrace many of the notions that we are working on together, and how they push us to go actually further. Sometimes, most times, they are much bolder than what we would expect. And I want to acknowledge the important number of politicians that we already have in the room today. We have many co-presidents already. I would like to acknowledge our co-president from South Africa, our co-president from Canada, the mayor of Kitchener is there, our vice president for North America is here with us. Many politicians are in the room today. The president of the Forum of the Regions, I just saw them joining. Yes, hello, how are you, President? Bienvenido. The vice president of the Chilean Association of Municipalities. There are many more, and I am forgetting many. The vice mayor of Tehran over there. It's always very tricky when I start doing this because I sit and I remember someone I should have introduced. But New York is over there. The vice commissioner of New York is with us. But it is really worth it to know who we have in the room and to remind ourselves who is backing up this exercise, this work. And I see Balongo, and it's the last one I'm going to mention, right? But just to give us the idea of the diversity that we have in the room. And with this in mind, I want to introduce to you Andrea Ferrari, who represents here a very important partner of United Cities and Local Governments, the European Commission. In fact, this very retreat and campus would not have been possible in concept without the European Commission, because it is our partnership with them, our pluriannual partnership with the European Commission, that actually fostered the notion of strengthening the network. When we started to work together over 7 years ago with the European Commission, they really understood the value of the movement. And what they wanted to support was not only the programs that we did or the specific projects, but the movement itself. And that has made all the difference for us in the work that we work, in the way that we are able to organize ourselves, but also to promote policies. And it is with the signature of our partnership agreement with the European Commission that we came up with the idea of this annual gathering that is now reproduced in every world region, in every section of UCLG. So, Andrea, we're really happy that you are with us. Welcome. It's your first campus, your first retreat. I want you to share what UCLG does for your mission, and how do you see the role of local governments? Some initial thoughts. Thank you very much, Andrea.
Thank you very much, Emilia, for inviting us. So it's a pleasure. You can feel the energy in this room. I'm coming from our retreat last week, and I tell you, it was so boring. Always the same stuff. 10 years we are saying the same. And so it's a... hello. Hi, Pablo. How are you? Así que, bueno, empecé a hablar español por causa del amigo ahí. No, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure. And, you know, I don't know, I think it was also because of partnership like the one we have with you, that we changed the name actually of our DG, because our DG, the name was Development Cooperation, and since 2020, we call ourselves DG International Partnerships. So we really trust in partnership, and from my perspective of local authorities, local governance, the unity where I'm involved in, UCLG, of course, is one of the main partner. And I would like just to mention a couple of points of the FPA, the framework partnership agreement we have with UCLG. The first point is the decentralization process all around the world. You advocate, and we just listened to the mayor mentioning the importance of this for many countries. And the second point is localizing SDGs. You, Emilia, already mentioned it a couple of times today. This is another extremely important aspect of our partnership. What I would like to let's say, my expectative from this retreat is we, the power of we are also expecting you to tell us in which way we can better partner with you, okay? And so this is very important for us, especially this year, because this year we are going to renew our local government policy. It's a 2013 policy. We think that it's time to renew it, and we need to do with you. And so I hope that during the retreat there will be also useful inputs for us in the revision of the policy. I stop here, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. One last question from my side then, Andrea, and thank you for coming to this exercise with this open mind. Of course, one of the things that we are going to be discovering, it's going to be tomorrow actually that we're going to do the exercise, is when you talk with partners like the European Commission, one of the challenges that we have as network, as movement, is explaining what movement is. That's the first thing. It's always easier to explain what an organization does than what a movement is doing. And the second challenge is how do you define the impact that we make? And so one of the things that we are really working on, and it's an exercise that we're going to be doing actually tomorrow morning, is how do we explain our impact? And that is going to be a very important part of the discussion about how to better partner with us.
Yeah, coming back to the example of localizing SDGs, I think that 7 years ago, when we signed the first FPA, the topic was not discussed at all. And I think that UCLG did a great job in these 7 years, because now you really, UCLG really put the topic of localizing SDGs in every COP, and so in every global meeting, summit, localizing SDG became a real high priority topic. And this is exactly the sense of our partnership, because we want to change things, and through UCLG, we can move things.
Well, thank you very. I think that deserves an applause. It's a very important. It's a very important commitment that, I mean, anyone that has been working with you over the past years needs to acknowledge the big efforts that the Commission has been making to understand the role of local government, to understand the kind of support that needed to be provided to the networks, to value local and regional government associations, also in country, so at national level. I think humongous progress has been made. But this very example that you have given is one of the difficult examples that we have when using indicators, the traditional indicators, to show impact. So it's to be continued, this discussion. But I do hope that you will see tomorrow what we mean by trying to shift the monitoring narrative from indicators to our storytelling, and to see the evolution of what we are doing through that. So very, very grateful for that. Now let me go to Ana Falou. Many of you know Ana already. Ana is our Ubuntu advisor. Ubuntu is a notion that we started to work on with our first in the context of the partnership with the European Union. At that moment, we had our president was a South African president, and Ubuntu is a very important South African concept. We are because how others perceive us as well, and so. What he wanted to leave as a legacy, and I think he did manage to do that, was a mechanism that allows us to have thinkers and partners joining us to challenge the way that we looked at ourselves and the way that we did things. And few things make me more proud than the work that we have done with the Ubuntu advisors, and in particular Ana, about our feminist municipal movement. UCLG is a feminist municipal movement. It's an equality-driven movement. And it is very complex to say that in these times, but we are. And we can claim it, and we are trying to walk the talk as good as we can. So from your perspective, Ana, and beyond, I think this big achievement, I think there is a true transformation in the way that our movement is perceived internationally because of this feminist approach, which entails a change of policy, but also a change of institutions and a change of perception of policies. How do you see the next steps for us, for UCLG? What do you see as our key tools now, Ana? Some thoughts on that.
Okay, I'm going to talk also in Spanish. I hope that everybody is having their possibility of, translation. Let's don't withdraw the work of the translators that are doing fantastic. Gracias, Emilia. Muchas gracias por esta oportunidad nuevamente de poder contribuir desde un lugar difícil. Es muy difícil convencer sobre la importancia democrática de pensar en términos de mujeres, género, diversidades, y entender que esto no es un tema de mujeres, de ninguna manera. hablar del municipalismo feminista es una herramienta en sí misma, es una herramienta democrática, es un valor añadido que tenemos que comprender que es central a la acción y que es de hombres democráticos. No es un tema de mujeres, es un tema de democracia, de reparar viejas desigualdades y de una democracia que necesita mirar la diversidad de la gente. El concepto de la gente solo no nos alcanza. Tenemos que pensar quién es la gente. Y esa gente no es neutra. No podemos diluir a sujetos tan diversos que no son solo las mujeres y que además las mujeres no son una. Están atravesadas por raza, por etnia, por edades, por condiciones económicas, que la pandemia nos ha mostrado claramente que es un sujeto central a las políticas locales, ¿no? Y me encantó, gracias. Y yo creo que CGLU ha dado, UCLG ha dado pasos de gigantes en estos años para reparar ausencias. Y entonces lo local, este desafío que es lo local, necesita ser pensado desde la clave del feminismo municipalista. Y cuando digo el feminismo municipalista, pienso en esta idea que nos daba Sara, ¿no? De la fábrica del futuro, de esta idea de la acción colectiva, de esta idea del entramado de instituciones que es CGLU, del entramado de actores diversos que es lo local. Y cómo esta fábrica, y yo voy a ponerlo en clave optimista y en clave de futuro, esta fábrica donde estamos se salvó por la acción colectiva. Está aquí y estamos aquí porque hubo una acción colectiva pensada en clave de pasado que había que poner en valor y rescatar y en clave de futuro a construir distinto, respetando esto que se había construido y que Octaví lo puso muy bien en términos de esos sufrimientos de la construcción, pero entonces las resistencias. Yo quiero poner en valor la resistencia, ¿no? La resistencia de la propia UCLG, de la CGLU, en el mundo multilateral y la importancia de llevar las voces locales y regionales. Pero esas voces tienen que ser diversas, tienen que incluir esa diversidad, ¿no? Esa diversidad de las voces, de los actores y las actrices sociales, de las mujeres, en toda su comprensión. Y entonces un segundo punto que quiero hacer, me gustó lo de la complejidad, ¿no? Es tan complejo este entramado, es tan contradictorio, ¿no? Estaba muy bien dicho, pero de esas contradicciones, esas resistencias que nos permiten avanzar en agenda. Y entonces la institucionalidad, fundamental construir institucionalidad que registre esa diversidad, regionales, locales, que registren el tema del feminismo, del género, de las mujeres en todas sus diversidades. La participación política de las mujeres. En América Latina, ese continente que conozco mejor que ningún otro, el 86% de los alcaldes, intendentes son hombres. Lo voy a decir desde ese lugar, ¿no? Porque quiere decir que no llegamos al 15% de mujeres. No hay mujeres líderes y yo creo que de bottom up, desde cada lugar local. Y me encantó, Pedro, tu reflexión sobre la ciudad, pero yo quiero bajarla a los barrios, a los distritos de cada ciudad, ¿no? Cómo trabajamos en cada barrio, en lo local, y ahí se tejen y se construyen los liderazgos de las mujeres que son las que sostienen la vida. Ese entramado del que habla Emilia de lo cotidiano. Allí se sostiene la vida, ¿sí? En mi América Latina, en los comedores populares, en la atención durante la pandemia, aún con escasez de recursos, y eran mayoría mujeres cuidando la naturaleza, cuidando los animales, cuidando la especie humana, cuidando la reproducción. Cuidar es un término polisémico, tenemos que precisarlo más. Necesitamos, y para eso, las agendas, la institución, la participación política y las agendas. Y comprender, mi mensaje fuerte para todas y todos en este poder de nosotras, es que tenemos que entender que esto no es un tema de mujeres, es un tema de democracia. Y que tenemos que hacerlo inclusivo ante las obscenas desigualdades, pacífico ante el horror de la guerra y de género ante el atraso de la participación de las mujeres. Creo que por ahí vamos.
Muchas gracias, Ana. Ojalá fuera ese porcentaje que describes de desigualdad en cuanto a la representación política solamente en América Latina. Me temo que es en el mundo y que eso también es en CGLU. En el movimiento también hay ese desequilibrio. Por eso es tan importante que CGLU se autodefina como feminista, porque eso significa que nuestros líderes, hombres, también son conscientes de la transformación que tenemos que llevar a cabo, ¿no? Y creo que es muy importante ese punto que traes también a la mesa del barrio, de trabajar con los barrios, con las comunidades, con las mujeres, con las organizaciones de mujeres de base, con la sociedad civil organizada. Sin ellas no podemos hacer el cambio. Creo que fortalecer nuestros cabildos, que es nuestra estructura para dialogar y para actuar con la sociedad civil, es una parte crítica del trabajo que tenemos que hacer en este nuevo periodo, ¿no? Para desarrollar el pacto.
No, un agregado pequeño. Los servicios de services, care es proximity, servicios de proximidad, ¿sí? Servicios de cuidado de elderly, de los adultos, de la infancia. Eso es regalarle tiempo a las mujeres, como lo está haciendo Claudia López, la alcaldesa de Bogotá, como lo están haciendo en Montevideo. Creo que hay muchos ejemplos excelentes, ¿no? Cómo trabajamos los servicios públicos.
Well, that's the kind of high impact localization initiative that we want to bring to the summit on the Sustainable Development Goals. This is the package that we want to bring. We have the ideas about how it can be done, but we are actually doing it. And that's why care is at the heart of our narrative for the future. Because there is a time that is no longer future anymore, where, as I was saying at the beginning, the model of production and consumption will need to change, where the role of humans will be different, and where the whole concept of employment is going to be different. So the role that employment will play in economy will need to be transformed as well. And so it is from that perspective that we need to be the runners-up, you know? We need to be the ones that take the initiative to actually address those challenges. Thank you very much, Anna, for those inspiring words. I have the intervention from my colleague from our Latin American section, Sergio. But I want to warn you that I'm going to ask for hands. And if I don't see them, I will just walk to someone and ask you to intervene. So just, I want to hear the room about what you are thinking, what your first impressions are, just to provide feedback to the ones that have been talking up until now. And then we are going to an interactive workshop. So Sergio Arredondo, FLACMA, nuestra Secretaría General para CGLU Latinoamérica. FLACMA ha tenido una gran transformación en los últimos años, que va par a par con nuestro movimiento municipalista como sección, como articulación regional. ¿Qué ves como próximos pasos en este marco del Pacto para el Futuro? Sergio.
Gracias, Emilia. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Buenas tardes a todas. Yo quisiera empezar con un par de comentarios, con un pequeño toque de optimismo, también escuchando a Ana. Primero decir que creo que estamos de fiesta, los latinoamericanos que estamos participando acá, importantes liderazgos que hay por acá, el alcalde, el dirigente de los alcaldes de Chile y Pablo Jurado, todos los dirigentes latinoamericanos y mis colegas secretarios de la región. Creo que podemos hoy hablar con optimismo, porque estamos de fiesta los latinoamericanos y creo que estamos de fiesta en CGLU ante este déficit de liderazgos feministas. Estamos de fiesta, obviamente. Tenemos una presidenta de CGLU, mujer, y a mucho honor para los latinoamericanos, una mujer latinoamericana.
Que ya llegó, va a estar aquí mañana.
Entonces, bueno, es un toque de optimismo para nuestro movimiento, para nuestra organización y particularmente para los latinoamericanos. En un escenario así de complejo como lo planteó muy bien Ana, en una región, en un subcontinente donde tenemos esos déficits, somos la región del mundo más urbanizada, todos lo sabemos quienes estamos en esta sala, que en Latinoamérica tenemos antiguos, históricos déficits de carácter político, de carácter cultural, de carácter competencial, donde los gobiernos locales hemos sido fuertemente, estamos fuertemente ausentes de las estrategias nacionales, acotados, decía Octavio Paz. Tenemos en nuestros países a ogros filantrópicos, decía él, monstruos enormes, con enormes competencias, pero filántropos que sienten que desde el centro de los capitales de los países pueden ser dadores, pueden obsequiar un poco de desarrollo a las ciudades y a las regiones. Nosotros en América Latina hablamos de una revolución, que es la que estamos haciendo acá en CGLU. Queremos invertir el orden de las cosas, queremos que las personas estén en el centro del desarrollo y desde luego en el centro de las políticas públicas de desarrollo de los países, de las regiones, de los continentes y en particular de las ciudades. Por eso somos municipalistas, tenemos esa convicción. Y otro toque de optimista es estar acá, Emilia, un reconocimiento de los latinoamericanos todos a CGLU, a esta convocatoria que cada año nos hace, a que pensemos y repensemos nuestras diferentes visiones, las compartamos y podamos abrevar en lo que se está haciendo en diferentes regiones del mundo. Gracias a mis colegas de las otras regiones que me dan la oportunidad de estar en este espacio, un poquito representándolos a todos. Decir que tenemos una responsabilidad enorme, así lo vemos en América Latina, una responsabilidad enorme de que estos grandes propósitos, estos grandes sueños, este pacto para el futuro que en CGLU queremos impulsar, tienen que tener un aterrizaje concreto, puntual, en el día a día de cada comunidad local. Y eso, nada fácil. Lo decimos en dos palabras, pero nada fácil de transitar hacia ello. Y creo que esa es la responsabilidad que tenemos las regiones de CGLU, de cómo después de, en estas jornadas, como este retiro, identificar nuestras grandes líneas, nuestras prioridades,
nuestras estrategias y regresar a nuestros territorios le decimos nosotros, a operar, a ponernos en marcha, a poner en movilización. Y en América Latina, otro toque de optimismo, lo que ya decías, Emilia, estamos contentos porque estamos avanzando y mis colegas de otras regiones lo saben, en un dilema que teníamos de unidad. Hoy estamos en un clima de gran unidad, de gran comunicación, de gran fraternidad que estamos construyendo con dificultades, pero lo estamos haciendo creo que con muchas responsabilidades. Aquí están mis colegas y es un poco más que tenemos que aportar a los latinoamericanos. Pero luego bajar a lo que es la vida real. En América Latina estamos trabajando fuertemente en 3 ámbitos que los voy a decir muy de pasada, muy rápido. Por un lado, estamos reestructurando nuestro movimiento. Decía nuestro amigo de la Diputación de Barcelona que hay más de 200 redes en el mundo. En América Latina hay más de 200, en mi país hay 52, en México. En América Latina somos más de 200 redes importantes y nos estamos organizando, estamos buscando esquemas de colaboración, de complementariedad para ser útiles, ser instrumentos de los gobiernos locales, de las ciudades, de los alcaldes y resolver los problemas. Segundo, clarificar una agenda. Tenemos claras hoy prioridades en América Latina, migración, temas de género que ya se están comentando acá, la violencia en las ciudades, la falta de gobernabilidad que ustedes están viendo en países como Perú y otros muchos más. Es decir, tenemos que tener una agenda clara para dar tiros de precisión y para que las organizaciones seamos un instrumento eficaz de ayuda. Y tercero, una agenda muy puntual para 2023, que este retiro nos va a dar la oportunidad de repensar y de, cuando salgamos de acá de Barcelona, regresar a nuestra región Latinoamérica y afinar nuestra estrategia. Este año vamos a trabajar sobre ciudades turísticas, una gran oportunidad que hay en América Latina de ciudades con un gran potencial, desde grandes ciudades turísticas hasta los pequeños pueblos mágicos. Tenemos que afinar nuestra estrategia y en todos los demás temas de nuestra agenda. Así es que, bueno, nos felicitamos los latinoamericanos por estar en este retiro, una vez más, como cada año, y agradeciendo a todos los aliados, a todas las organizaciones, a todos los que nos dan la oportunidad de escucharlos y de recuperar sus ideas para llevarlas a nuestra región, América Latina. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. So let us hear from the room before we go to the next segment, where we are going to do the interactive exercise that Sarah was presenting at the beginning. Partners or members that would like to take the floor with first impressions after this round of contribution? Nicholas, do you want to say anything? I told you I was going to come to you.
Thank you very much, Amelia. I'm Nicholas Yu from the Guangzhou Institute for Urban Innovation. Amelia, I want to pick up on something that you said earlier, and that was, do local authorities have the obligation and the right to deal with issues outside of their mandate? I think what has happened in the last 2 years has shown there is nothing outside local government mandate. Right? Local governments have had to intervene outside of their traditional mandates because no action was being taken, or confused action was being taken by some other spheres of government. So I think, yes, definitely we are seeing, and we see it through the awards that we manage, we are seeing cities dealing with education, we're seeing cities dealing with economic development, we're seeing cities dealing with issues that traditionally did not fall within their mandate. And I think this is, to join Pablo, something that gives us tremendous optimism in the future, because it's those actions that are going to create the necessary conditions for dialogue between different spheres of government.
Thank you very, very much. I think that is really something that we have felt when we discussed with local and regional governments, also in the way that we were facing the pandemic. That was in those live learning experiences. Let us remember, those of you that were not that active with us back then, we met 2 times, sometimes 3 times a week, with over 300 participants sometimes, local and regional governments, mayors, vice mayors, councillors coming together every week under lockdown to discuss how they were addressing the challenges. and learning to deal with them live. And in those discussions, there was certainly this sense that there was nothing that was out of their responsibility. Because when you meet a community member, a neighbor in the street, you need to address that need, whether it is your competence or not. You need to address it. Allow me to go to our members from Turkey, because decentralized cooperation, peer-to-peer, city-to-city, association-to-association cooperation is extremely important for us. And I think in the high-impact type of partnerships that we need to promote to make the narrative of the pact a reality, we will need to continue working on this. And we have seen in the face of the big crisis that you have faced, how our membership has overwhelmingly reacted. What can we do? How can we help? What do we need to do together? The mayor of Geneva, that is going to join us, I think, the day after tomorrow, is leading our working group, facilitated by Cités Unies France for crisis, and also our fund, a special fund, a solidarity fund. Why have you come to the retreat? That's the first question I ask you, Jamel. When you are going through something like that, what is the value of coming to a place like this? What is the added value of what we do? And what do we need to do for you?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, it's for the last 4 or 5 days, I was in the region and sort of visiting municipalities and trying to understand their needs. And also because my work in the Union of Turkish Municipalities is also develop financing opportunities for local authorities. I have identified several cities with some problems, but in some cities the municipality does not exist anymore. Literally everybody in the municipality are victims of an earthquake. They also run with their families to the bigger cities for a safer zone. And in one case, I met a mayor, and then the mayor also said he only have 10 employees left in the municipality, so he cannot operate. So in this sort of environment, we have municipalities to assist, to support. We also have cities with now currently no municipalities there. So municipalities from Istanbul, Kocaeli, Ankara, from bigger metropolitan cities, they literally moved everything to those municipalities, and they're taking care of the problems on the ground. And we've been working with the task force for quite a long time, for many years. But at that moment when I went to the region, I did understand what we meant by municipalities react quickly. All those cities in Turkey, all those municipalities, they were on the ground in the first day, and they said, garbage needs to collect, I'm on it, rest of you do something else. One municipality stood up and said, I'm going to do the bread, okay, I'm on it, you do something else. So it literally, in one day, they sort of separated all the tasks and just jumped on it. What we do in here, in a retreat, we're going to work on, with the task force, try to identify, and also with the CIB, and also with the other colleagues as well. And thanks to everybody who sent the letters or called or sent a message. What we try to understand, how can we create sort of a sustainable financing to rebuild to those cities and those municipalities. That's literally what we are here for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing this. One of the challenges that we face, there are many, but when we met with the working group last week, we were all repeating again, and we have seen it after the tsunami, etc., how complex it is for municipalities to be listened to and to be supported during the humanitarian crisis moment. Right? Local and regional governments are left aside in such a moment. And it's only other local and regional governments that actually know how to tend to them, how to support them. So what we are hoping is that in that transitional period between the humanitarian aid that will be needed and the reconstruction phase, that we get organized to actually make sure that the local governance and the structure of service provision is preserved. So I do hope we can advance in this week. Well, colleagues, this was just a small sample of what we plan, of what we mean, of what we want to do. I think you are still very shy, and you are not raising your hands a lot, but I'm sure it will change. We are going now to our interactive exercise, and we are going to call our colleagues to come up. Let us get
Emilia,
ready.
they are
Yes.
coming. Emilia, I'm sure that the voices will come up during the following half an hour, where you will have a little bit of time to reflect actually what you want to say, what you want to contribute. And Claudia will lead us through the simple rules of the following half an hour.
Hello? Is this working? Yes. Hi, hello everyone. Welcome. So in this first workshop of the week, it's an easy exercise, don't worry, it's just a little bit to warm up for the rest of the week. In this exercise, we will be preparing a series of toolboxes. So what will these boxes contain? They will contain our resources, our tools, our skills, the skills that together form our collective power, the power of networked local and regional governments and their partners who are gathered here. So I invite you to start first individually, in groups, first individually, and then you share it with the group, the people in your table, to think about those tools, those skills that you have, that you can bring to contribute to this collective power, to the power of we. So you'll have around 10 minutes to do that, and then we'll go to the second part of the exercise.
And we do it from our tables, right?
Yeah, no need to
So
move.
in each of your tables, you find square rectangular papers of different colors and some markets. So please use those to write the skills, the tools that you bring to the table, that you're bringing to the retreat, that you're bringing to our network. So start with that, start thinking of them individually, and then share them with the persons in your table and see what you find and what you can also build together. So let's
what we are going to do is they are going to go to some of you, ask you to speak up, to share what is happening, and then we will do a small recap of everything that is happening. To the panelists, we are going to come back to you for some reactions later. So you can move, participate in some of the tables, come back here, but we are counting on you for the wrap-up.
And please, if you have any question or you don't have cards or a pen is missing, we have our colleagues, Cecilia and Benedetta, are there to help you. So just raise your hand.
Bueno, lo voy a explicar en español para quienes no han entendido, pero pueden seguir trabajando mientras tanto. Tenemos cartulinas de colores en las mesas donde queremos que escriban las herramientas, los materiales que ustedes traen a este movimiento municipalista, a esta red, y con el que quieren trabajar en la fábrica del futuro. Esto puede ser cosas muy específicas, como el retiro mismo, es un recurso que usamos en la red, o materiales, procesos que ustedes traigan como individuos o como organizaciones.
Well, yes, you think a little bit and then you share it and write it on these cards. Okay? Great.
Lorena, si quieres moverte y sentarte en alguna de las mesas para hacer la discusión también puedes. No, y Ustedes dos, sí.
As a section, or if you're an institution, on behalf of your institution, for example. Yes. Did you understand? On peut parler en français.
And feel free to write more than one thing. I'm sure that we all have a lot of tools and resources, skills that we bring. So feel free to write more than one. We will be collecting them later.
Vous devez écrire ce que les outils que vous avez en représentation de votre organisation, de votre institution, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez porter pour, à la fin de ce retreat, pouvoir dire, OK, notre collective power a tous ces éléments. Ça peut être des outils, ça peut être des comment on dit, skills, des compétences. Maintenant, oui. Tout ce que... Oui, c'est comme vous voulez. Je pense que dans un même papier, vous pouvez mettre... Oui, ça, ce sera la deuxième partie, on expliquera après.
Okay, so let me start seeing what we have here. One of the tables was raising up one of their policies working with migrant kids, for example. So that's a specific tool that a city can bring to our network.
I'm working with the like an organization representing people who are blind. Describing the skills or tools that we're bringing to the network. So it is
¿Todo va bien? ¿Es una Okay.
But it's very open.
I have to say, she is
working indirectly with Federico since the New Urban Agenda. Since 2016, that's where we started to join those forces with UCLG to kind of promote that kind of localization, realization of accessibility at the local level.
So that would be your skill, that you can identify needs, right? Great. Perfect.
Bah ouais, c'est ça que je veux dire. If I had known, I would have, j'aurais pu parler une seule fois.
How's everything going here?
And I see that many are also using the opportunity to introduce to each other. If you're sitting with new people, that's also part of the objective of this exercise.
J'ai l'accent français quand je ça a été un long cours d'explication. On fait la connexion de New Urban Oh, pardon.
Pardon, j'ai bien vu votre table et mon cerveau
The toolkits can also. I use the toolkits. And then you have another one.
Le cadre d'action, au niveau global, le cadre d'action. Ce document-là, en fait, genre un an avant d'adopter, en fait, il n'y avait rien. Enfin, c'est pas qu'il n'y avait rien, mais il n'y avait pas grand-chose sur l'inclusion des personnes âgées, la question des personnes handicapées, la question de l'accessibilité comme partie intégrante du développement humain et pas seulement l'accessibilité réservée aux personnes handicapées, mais quelque chose, voilà, vraiment un mécanisme d'aménagement humain. En fait. On a travaillé avec un petit groupe les Nations Unies au début, c'était UNDSA, le département économique, social, affaires et culturel. Parce que le travail là-dessus, qui ça serait bien qu'il y ait de solidifier une communauté artiste. J'entends des personnes comme elles sont personnes handicapées.
Gracias. Espera.
Événements actifs pour s'assurer qu'il y ait dans ce texte ce New Urban Agenda qui couvre 15 années, 15-20 ans. Il faut qu'il y ait cette notion d'accessibilité qui soit intégrée. Si on a réussi à le faire, et du coup, tout ça, ça nous ouvre les portes.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We will continue working on this, but we're going to guide you a little bit more now. So as you heard earlier this morning, we have the different ways. So we are here meeting each other, but we also advocate together, we learn together, we research together, and we act and listen. And we're working on all of these ways. So for this second part of the exercise, I want you for us to reflect together on these different ways. And you will see in the front, or well, in front of the stage, we have some of our staff, team members from the World Secretariat, who are working, trying to coordinate these efforts around the different ways. So we advocate our policy team, we learn our learning team, we meet our statutory team, we listen, also policy team working with the town halls, we act, the team that works with the local for action hubs and with the different members, and also we research, our research team and the goal team. So let's gonna look together at each of them.
Voy a explicar lo que mi compañero Juanca ha dicho en inglés. Básicamente en esta segunda parte lo que haremos es las diferentes iniciativas, habilidades, herramientas que habéis escrito en los papeles. Identificaremos en qué we va cada una de ellas. Entonces, so I'll start here. Hello, Chamal. How are you? I'm good. So, what have you written?
As a skill, I wrote fund development and project development. That is what I do over the last 10 years. That is my experience, actually. So that's why that is the skill I brought. Majorly EU project development, though. Thank you.
Okay, and if you had to put this in one of the 6 boxes, we have we research, we act, we listen, we meet, we learn, and we advocate, where would it go? We act?
Thank you very much, Claudia.
Yes.
So let's listen now from this side of the room, and I would like to ask one of you in the table, what skill or tool would you bring, and which we would you think it goes into?
¿En español está bien? Yeah? Well, I'll do it in English, I think it's... so coming from a civil society perspective and network, I think part of the things we can do together is advocate together. And I think we learned over the last years in particular that when we advocate together, we're stronger, we have a stronger voice, we actually share the few seats that they are allowed to us, and then we actually bring more voices together. And building that narrative, I think, was part of a very powerful learning experience. And moving forward, I think we are learning on that, based on those skills. Listening, of course, is part of that, of creating that narrative, but acting together and advocating together, I think is part of the key learnings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you could write that in one card, and then either give it to me or bring it to the box custodian or caretaker in the center of the room, that would be great.
Here at the Eurasian table, we have some very interesting contributions.
Good day. This year, UCLG Eurasia is going to conduct a study of representation of women in local governments of Eurasia cities. And this direction, this area of UCLG Eurasia's activities refers to we research.
Very good. And you have many more, so you can bring all your cards. We just pick some for the notion of time. And we will go to all the tables here with our...
So in order to do this a little bit easier, and so that our teams can also recognize what their actions and tools are, we're going to go now by each of the Ws. So we heard about advocating together. So if you have another action that's related to advocacy, and the advocacy that we do as a network, please raise your hand or your card. So anyone else who has been discussing something that we do in terms of advocacy? Anyone?
I have an advocacy here, but he's a bit shy.
And if you're shy, you can just go directly and give it to them at the box on the left. In terms of advocacy, any tools and resources that you would like to share? We have one over there, Claudia, if you can go and see what they wrote.
Advocacy
over
is
there.
here?
No, on the left, there's someone who raised their hand.
No, from the table. Ok, capacidad de articular diferentes redes y agregar valor a la acción colectiva. Compartir espacios de aprendizaje e innovación y trabajo integral multiescalar.
So bringing different networks together to do advocacy.
You were raising your hand to South Africa. So now, please, we need now the ones who didn't write a card, no problem. But we should now go back a little bit to silence so we can listen what the others have done.
Thank you very much. I've written here what is important in the work is the intergovernmental relations and to cooperate among citizens and government to achieve the goals that we want to achieve. And it falls in the advocacy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excellent point.
And we also have
a very rich table, advocacy.
We also have one from this side of the room, so let's hear it.
We advocate participatory policy making in order to leave no one behind.
So participatory policy making also from a city that is already doing it. So this is partly action, but also bringing it to advocacy. And this happens with many of the tools and resources that we have. They are not necessarily just acting, just advocating, just researching, but they bring together, and that's something that the network has also evolved to be able to do. But let's go one by one, because we want to kind of have an idea of what you think and what you identify with each of them. So we go now with learning resources and tools.
Marcela will do a contribution. On learning, you have something.
Me hace propaganda, sí. Bueno, yo hablo español. Es una acción específica que tiene que ver con las nuevas condiciones del empleo, sobre todo con visibilidad después de la pandemia, y esto llevó a desarrollar una escuela municipal de talentos vinculada como primera etapa a la transformación digital y luego acompañando los talentos de las personas, tanto mujeres y hombres. Y la otra cosa que me dice Sara, que lo voy a contar en otro momento, pero ya que estoy lo digo, es que estamos construyendo un foro, sobre todo poniendo foco en las ciudades intermedias, que tiene que ver precisamente con las nuevas condiciones del empleo y con la alimentación saludable, dos dispositivos que se encuentran muy bien en las ciudades intermedias. Y finalmente, Ya que se habló tanto, Emilia, Octavio, de las contradicciones del movimiento, discutíamos en la mesa recién que esas contradicciones tienen que ver con la diversidad de nuestro movimiento. Entonces creemos que es importante profundizar el rol de las regiones, poniendo foco en esa diversidad, que en definitiva son las que establecen las contradicciones.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have one here for learning. So Najat wanted to share one tool or resource that she has with us.
Thank you very much. Hello, UCLG community, fraternity and family, because this is our feeling. So from UCLG Africa, we are preparing to implement 3 tools. The first one is a master degree in city management in Africa. So we got 27 scholarship from the Moroccan Fund about decentralized cooperation, and we will rely on this community to have lecturers and practitioners. So the second one is training of trainers with a French agency, ADEM, on climate action. And the third one is our e-academy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Najat. Well, talking of both at the same time on tools and resources to implement those. Go ahead, over that side of the room.
I'm going to this side of the room, which is a bit quiet. So, Makina, what do you have for learning?
Within an EU-funded research project called Interlace, we're developing an urban governance atlas. So we have 250 inspiring examples of different policy instruments from Europe and Latin America and other regions of the world as well, but primarily focusing on those regions, looking at how to support nature-based solutions in an urban context. So happy to talk to you more about it.
Thank you very much. You can now bring your card, or I can do it for you.
Okay, go ahead. First
So
here.
here we have a very interesting table from Blind Union, Eurasia and India. Please.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ravi, and we related to Meet, we meet. So we have a upcoming Asian City Summit 2023, which is happening in the month of April this year. The Learn is we have a Urban Update magazine, which is a monthly magazine. Also the quarterly journal, which we come out every quarters. Then in terms of Learn, also we have a very strong training institute, so we can provide the training of government officials on the various urban issues and the technical support from the developing the plans. From the Association of Blind, they have accessibility expertise, knowledge of standard, and the engagement of people of disability. And the final advocate, yes, we are part of the South Asian Mayor Forum and part of the GCOM South Asia. So this is also we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we in particular appreciate those who are really mixing and talk about the whole table.
Yes, thank you very much. So we already heard about We Meet. I don't know, I think from this side we wanted to go also talk about advocacy. So please, let's listen to it.
Bonsoir. Moi, je propose qu'il y ait une banque de données pour chaque ville, pour essayer d'exploiter tous les problèmes qui s'opposent à la restructuration d'une ville. J'ajoute à ça le professionnalisme des élus, la compétence et leur formation continue et le perfectionnement de leur formation. En plus, je saisis cette occasion pour parler vous signaler la préparation de Africité pour 2025 au Caire. Merci.
Merci.
Thank you very much. So going with about meeting, advocating for learning. So we also have, among the other ways that we've been discussing, we advocate, we learn, we meet, we also we listen. So if you have anything related to listen,
we have a
please,
listen.
raise
Listen
your
is
word.
this table. Not only listen and also act.
I think so. Thank you very much, everyone.
One of the things that we are dealing with in not only Tehran, but also some other Iranian cities and also some other cities around our country, just like Turkey, for example, is about the immigrants community and population. So for the past year, we had more than 1 million immigrants, people actually added to our country, just only through the past year. So one of the concerns that we have and the challenges that we are dealing with them is to have social inclusion of them and to what we are proposing and trying to do is to use the same community to work for the same community. So there are a lot of people, like for example, academicians, former politicians, former high-ranking people who have lost all the social classes that they have had in their own country. So we are trying to set the ground for them to use their capabilities, use their opportunities, their skills and knowledge to empower their own community who are living not only inside the urban areas, but also in the suburban areas or the shanty towns and such places. So we are trying to set the grounds to listen to them, to listen to the challenges that they are facing, the problems that they have, and then try to help them to act also, to work themselves for themselves so that they can empower themselves and improve the situation that they are dealing with.
Thank you very much. And please make sure your cards go into the boxes so we can follow up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miguel. So do we have someone from that side or can we go here? Okay.
You can go here.
Sí. Bueno, yo voy a hablar en español. El tema que me convoca a mí a CGLU siempre es la accesibilidad, la discapacidad. Entonces, en esta oportunidad yo hice 6 tarjetitas donde voy a poner en cada una de nuestros WI, porque tenemos que transversalizar el tema de la discapacidad. Y voy a detenerme en algunos, como va a ser Ciudades para Todos, con un turismo accesible. Cuando nos escuchamos que la comunicación sea accesible y cuando hablamos de abocarnos a algo, como habló Ana hace un ratito, hablar de género, sexualidad y discapacidad. Así que les tengo una tarjetita para cada uno.
Very nice.
Muchas gracias y adelante los puedes llevar.
We have a table of Canadians and others. I don't know where you are from and who will speak.
Well, I won't presume to speak for everyone at the table, but for our organization in Canada, I think that we're at an inflection point, and speaking to or listening to my colleague over there, I think that we are at an inflection point, and it's very important that what we're doing domestically is also relevant. There's a very different reality between being responsive and being responsible to all the demands that our citizens place on us, and that's really where we are as an organization right now. We continue to advocate effectively to capacity build in our municipalities, local governments across the country, and then trying to transpose that with the work that we do internationally, sticking with our pillars of strength. We continue to espouse that in our board, speaking towards making declarations and enacting anti-racism and equity, making sure that we're continuing to act in the role of advocacy for gender and equality, and making sure that our infrastructure investments continue to be sustainable as we have increasing climate disasters on every coast of our country. So I think those are some of the strengths that we can bring, but I'm also very aware of the fact that we need to be relevant, and we cannot be everything to everyone. And for that reason, too, that's what I think is an important asset we bring to this conversation, is that we're very aware of our limitations, and it's not without ambition and without intention that we will be restricting what we will offer, because we can't be everything.
Absolute correct and important point, our own limitations. I think you have, as you said, in the table you developed an ACT card. It's only Luca, by himself. You want to
later on? Just
No, now for the act.
Okay. It's challenging, okay?
How strange that
it's
Luca
okay.
presents something challenging.
Let's say we are pleased that we define ourselves a movement and not longer a network. That, to me, has implication. And the implication is that being a movement, we should be able to support our champions in their local political struggle, which is not only by capacity building, but being aside them. So how do we do that? Keeping, preserving, let's call it kind of neutrality of UCLG, because you need to have institutional, but at the same time, to be a movement, you need to be strongly political. The policy council or committees do it within their perimeter, but not down to the road. So this is the challenge.
Well, thank you very much. And maybe let us introduce the speakers, because it gives context also to what you are saying. I mean, the president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and also vice president for North America of UCLG was talking about the challenges of such a big federation with such a huge country with different needs as well, with municipalities have different needs, and also a federation needs to make choices, which is something that I can certainly identify with from the perspective of United Cities and local governments. I mean, it's not that we are going to specialize, but we do need to agree with each other, okay, where our forces is going to go. Just to provide context, Vice President, because I'm not sure everybody most know you, but not everyone. And then Luca Bergamo, former Vice Mayor of Rome, a very important champion for us in the drafting of the Charter of Rome on cultural rights, but also a special advisor for UCLG in the development of the Pact for the Future. So as a politician, also well aware of what it implies, what kind of support an organization like ours could produce or not. And I think it is a very challenging question that you're posing, indeed, Luca, but one that is worthwhile to look at. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I knew I had a powerful table.
Yeah, thank
so
you.
we go to the other corner.
Yes. So now we're going to Bilbao.
Thank you.
Estíbaliz y Yasmín, ¿qué traéis? ¿Qué ponéis sobre la mesa?
Bueno, lo mismo. En Bilbao tenemos una plataforma de innovación abierta local muy interesante, y es un proyecto en el que es un programa de innovación con un banco de pruebas reales, en donde en colaboración con el del Ayuntamiento, con 4 de los clústeres más estratégicos de Euskadi, del País Vasco, y con sus empresas asociadas, lo que se hace es, se abordan e identifican los nuevos retos de la ciudad con la aportación de soluciones tecnológicas innovadoras y realizaciones de proyectos pilotos. Entonces, participan empresas y 4 clústeres, que son el de la construcción, la energía, el medio ambiente y movilidad logística, y expertos tecnológicos y áreas concretas del ayuntamiento, en donde se identifican esos retos y se trabaja en colaboración. Ya tenemos más de 9 proyectos ya identificados con sus proyectos pilotos, y creo que es una forma de innovación abierta muy interesante dentro de la municipalidad. Pero tenemos otro proyecto.
Sí, queremos destacar otro proyecto que se llama Bilbao Accesible, dentro del paraguas de innovación abierta. Y es un reto que busca herramientas digitales para mejorar la accesibilidad en Bilbao para personas con movilidad física reducida. Nace de la colaboración entre el ayuntamiento y la empresa privada, y bueno, cabe mencionar aquí la colaboración, el convenio que se ha firmado con Google Cloud para este tema, ¿no?, como agentes promotores del proyecto. Y está dirigido a equipos formados entre 2 y 8 personas, con una dotación, un premio económico dentro de lo que es el proyecto de Bilbao Accesible.
Vale, muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much. And this is also, these kind of piloting projects are also connecting the actions that cities are doing, the local public policies, with researching what impact they have, what works and what doesn't. So the last of the ways that we have in these boxes, I'm sure that already it has been identified by different people, and I've seen some cards going in. It's we research. So if anyone wants to add one last comment before we wrap up on research, please let us know. Let's go there first.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je voulais tout juste rajouter, c'est j'ai lu Afrique sur le We Act et We Advocate, le réseau des jeunes, parce que nous pensons que parler de l'avenir, parler de la planète, c'est laisser parler les jeunes. Donc aujourd'hui, nous avons un réseau des jeunes élus et nous invitons l'ensemble des sections à justement donner la parole, parce qu'on a parlé de diversité, on la donne aux femmes, mais qu'on puisse aussi donner la parole aux jeunes. Donc c'est quelque chose que nous mettons sur la table pour pouvoir partager avec les autres sections.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Ramatuka from UCLG Africa.
So here, from New York, what can you bring to the table in terms of research? What are you doing?
Well, thank you so much. First, thank you to the UCLG team, Amelia, and everyone that brought us together. The leadership is really appreciated and needed. In terms of research, as a city, we've always tried to identify gaps and to find ways that we could add local voices to the work that we do. And as a result of that, we've been able to innovate. We've done things like the voluntary local review, but we hope to continue to use research to think about how can we collaborate more, how can we ensure that everyone is at the table, and for those cities and places that are not at the table, how do we engage them? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for participating in this first exercise of the Factory of the Future around the power of we. Emilia, how did you think?
Thank you very much. Well, I really, it was very good to see the room alive, to see all the different ideas. You need to know one thing. Now that you are in my kitchen, I want you to know that setting this up is the ultimate interactive exercise. This room, this building, is totally empty. There is no heating, there are no floors, nothing hangs in the walls, there is no furniture, there is nothing. And so we have had to make up, I don't know how many task forces in our 40 people team to choose each chair where you are sitting, to think of the water that you are drinking, to develop the cups that we are doing, to think who is bringing this, and in this madness, also to think about the methodology of the discussion. And in that process, this team that you see here insisted that they wanted that exercise to be physical, that they wanted the thoughts to go into boxes, that each of the boxes had to have the name and the description of what we were going to do with them, and that they wanted to be the custodians of your ideas. And this is why you see this team here, and they deserve an applause. Because you literally see we research, we act, we listen, we meet, we learn, and we advocate. These are the people that are doing it. And so your papers are going to land in very able hands that are going to be going through them. I found the exercise very inspiring because in a little while that we have been together and you have been raising your hands, almost every single priority of the world has come up. Solidarity, cooperation, political action, and challenging ourselves to support the champions, making choices how to be a federation that serves and that is aware of what we need to do, capacity building, all kinds of things have come up. migration, all the big questions, and accessibility. Well, we have a little surprise for you about accessibility, which I'm very, very proud. We will be signing something important for UCLG in the next segment. But accessibility is really coming up, is high on our priority. So for me, this exercise have actually shown the evolution of our work. And so I want to have some feedback from my own team now. I want the team to talk to you and see very quickly what are your feelings about what you have heard today. Well, the speakers first, and then some of the ideas that you heard. Let us start over here.
Well, thank you very much, Emilia, and special thanks to everybody that's here today. We are Ana and Ainara. And we're part of the research team together with our colleague Cecile Roth, who's over there, and our colleagues Con and Lucy. And from a very brief analysis of the different inputs that you have provided us with, what we can see is that in this room, there is consensus around the idea that we can no longer afford to have a space-blind approach to policymaking. And in fact, what we have received are cards that reflect the different dimensions of sustainable development, the different dimensions of the future that we envision, but that also allow to reflect the granularity of our network, the differences that exist between the different regions of the world, and therefore the differences that exist in the assets and in the challenges that the different parts of this network experience.
We can
this in a quick afternoon, okay?
And we have more.
All of that. Thank you very much. We'll keep there.
We have more
Anna,
here.
keep thinking. Let's go there.
So let's go to the other corner. We have Jose and Fatima from the advocacy.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, we have Fatima and I, but the rest of the policy team is around, and they'll be around for the rest of the retreat, so you'll see them enough. And one of the things that I think was most important and most inspiring for us to hear was the talk about having accessibility as a transversal issue, which also talks to the exercise that we are doing as an organization to transversalize all of the topics. And with regards to advocacy, I think one of the most interesting things is that we are advocating not just for specific topics, but also for specific environments, and where do we want our advocacy to land with national governments, in regional forums, or in the international sphere. So thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much. We will come back to you, Fatima, if you want to add something, but let us go now to We Listen. What does it mean, We Listen for us? Massimo Perino.
Well, thank you very much. And together with my colleague Mireia, we were here at the We Listen box, and well, you can see from the hashtag, cities are listening. This is also going beyond what we advocate for in the UN, to listen to cities, but also that cities can listen to others, can listen to civil society, can listen to those that are most vulnerable. And one of the things that we received and that really resonated was the point of accountability and legitimacy. So making sure that cities are also accountable to their constituents.
Very nice. So we can go to Carol and Xavi, who will say something about the meat.
Thank you, Sarah. So from what we've received here and the inputs you shared with us also in the weeks previous to the meeting, I think it's very clear that what you expect from We Meet is the care that UCLG brings to its meetings, the care that makes you feel part of the ecosystem of the UCLG family. We also have some invitations here that are very interesting. The forum that Marcela was talking about. We have the Asian Cities Summit. So we can see the will to reconnect, to network in person, which is so important, obviously, for that part of We Meet.
Thank you very much, Carol.
Any other ideas here? Yeah, We Act. She's our local for action hub person / learning team / Congress organizer. Maria Alejandra.
Thank you, Emilia. So you see, I got a lot of actions here, but what I believe is that we think that action is to be, here it says, strong spirit to change the world, and those actions are done by you at territorial level, which is very important. But and here we have a lot of topics, from accessibility to gender to everything, to for sure all the actions that are included in our local for action hubs here. But one of the things that I find very interesting is that besides your territorial actions, there is a will to do a collective action, which is what we do here as a network. So I will recall on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariale, and Local for Action Hub person. Powerful inputs. And now we come to our learning agenda or not. And Fernando, what have you?
Sarah is not biased when it comes to learning. No.
Hello, everyone. I'm Fernando from the learning team. Well, we had a lot of different great ideas and experiences and proposals here. Just mentioning some of them, it's very difficult to summarize, but learning seminars about SDGs, but also peer learning, accessibility, also thinking about how to translate in learning the indigenous narratives, and also thinking about learning not only with local public officials, but also thinking about different parts of society as kids, for instance, in creating some kind of municipal identity, and try to create learning methodologies to create this local identity. More. Yeah, too many. But but skill training and well, there's more. But
we will follow up
yeah.
one by one, and we are very happy,
to
receive so much
rich
cards, actually. So thank you, Fernando. And now maybe you have seen that all the boxes, there's missing one box in our week concepts. Have you already thought about what was missing? Because what we are all together and our power of we, in the end, it comes always to the same, as Pedro says. Pedro, are you happy? Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. Colleagues, this was... now mic is not working.
So let's go to the panel again. Some remarks to close this session, this exercise. Voy a empezar contigo, Pedro. ¿Ya pensaste algo que quieras compartir? ¿Qué te dejan algunos de los conceptos que se han venido compartiendo esta tarde?
Bueno, lo habéis contado muy bien, ¿no? Que están como encerrados los retos y parte de las soluciones para encaminarnos al pacto hacia el futuro. Y yo estaba pensando mientras lo veía, imaginando la sorpresa final del Wicker, porque lo echaba de menos, y efectivamente ahí estaba la caja que contenía todas las cajas, como una matrioska, que es la matrioska madre, ¿no? El Wicker, nunca mejor dicho lo de madre, por lo del Wicker. Y estaba pensando otra vez en los relatos. Hay un libro que se llama La ciencia de escribir historias, me parece, de Will Storr, que habla de que nuestro cerebro está diseñado para construir relatos, que la neurociencia está descubriendo que es nuestra manera de capturar y entender el mundo, porque si no esa complejidad, de la que también hemos hablado, nos haría estallar la cabeza, ¿no? Esto ocurre genéticamente, pero también ocurre culturalmente. La manera en que construimos los relatos es distinta en distintas sociedades, con lo cual los relatos los construimos, pero se pueden cambiar. Y estaba pensando en los relatos de ciencia ficción, los relatos del futuro, ¿no? Hace 40 años los relatos del futuro eran naves espaciales y un futuro brillante, y se supone que mejor. Últimamente, si os habéis fijado, los relatos de ciencia ficción son solo distópicos, ¿no? Quizá porque la velocidad, la prisa, la aceleración y el progreso entendido como el crecimiento solo económico no nos estén llevando a otro sitio que a esa distopía. Quizás sea momento de cambiar el relato para el futuro, con un pacto para el futuro, en el que el relato para el futuro sea un futuro cercano a partir de los cuidados, que es la caja que encierra todas las cajas y que encierra lo que decía Ana, ¿no? Una ciudad y una sociedad en la que esté pensada desde las personas en las que nunca pensamos al construir esa sociedad. Las personas que necesitan accesibilidad, las mujeres, los niños, los migrantes, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces yo os animo que estos días trabajéis en ese futuro no distópico, que es el único futuro posible, probablemente el único futuro que hay y el que nos merecemos.
Muchas gracias, Pedro, por estas reflexiones. El autor de Sapiens, en los retos principales para el siglo XXI, también nos invita a pensar en el diferenciador entre las personas y las máquinas, que hasta ahora pensábamos que era la intuición y que hemos descubierto con el desarrollo algorítmico que no es tal, porque la intuición al final es una capacidad estadística de conectar diferentes cosas. Entonces los algoritmos también lo desarrollan. Sin embargo, lo que no pueden desarrollar los algoritmos es la emoción. Y yo creo que, el reto que nosotros traemos, esa revolución pacífica pero disruptiva con los cuidados, tiene que ver con la cercanía, la proximidad y también con la emoción, ¿no? Con lo que hace la cultura, lo que hace el arte y lo que nos diferencia de los demás. Mañana seguiremos hablando de eso, pero me ha resultado muy, muy bonito lo que has traído a la mesa y estoy deseando volver a conversar mañana para un grupo renovado sobre este tema y ya entrando en el entramado del pacto, ¿eh? ¿Quién quiere tomar la palabra ahora? Vais a hablar todos, ¿eh?
Bueno, tomo
Venga.
yo la palabra. Venga. Me gusta lo de la emoción, Emilia, pero yo diría que hay que hablar no solo de la emoción, sino de la emoción empática, de la empatía. Creo que así como hay una huella de ozono, hay una huella de empatía en la humanidad. Y las mujeres tenemos mucho que ver con esa huella de empatía y no hay que negársela a los hombres. Los hombres tienen que reclamarla, porque es la única forma que vamos a poder construir una sociedad menos desigual, una sociedad más inclusiva, una sociedad, como dijo Pedro, en donde podamos nombrar, identificar, dar identidad a toda esa diversidad que es la riqueza, ¿no? Y finalmente decir que las y los líderes locales y regionales tienen una capacidad extraordinaria de poder aportar a eso, a esa empatía social desde las políticas, bajar las palabras y las propuestas a la acción, ¿no? A la acción en cada lugar, en cada barrio, en cada distrito, en cada ciudad. Y ese es un gran desafío que esta red maravillosa de CGLU, UCLG, tiene mucho para aportar y para impulsar, ¿no?
Muchísimas gracias. Pues ya vamos con esos ingredientes. Bueno, tenemos ingredientes muy potentes, ¿eh? Para cocinar el pacto, para alinearle bien y para desplegarle. Andrea, do you want to go next?
Gracias. No, yo creo que la audiencia captó muy bien cuál era el mensaje, porque en todas las contribuciones que entraron en las cajas no era we UCLG, era nosotros. Y cada respuesta incluía a otros actores. Así que yo creo que este ha sido un punto de partida muy bueno y a partir de esto realmente inclusivo, como Ana nos recordaba antes. Así que creo que estamos...
En boca lupo.
En boca lupo.
Para el resto de la semana. Muchísimas gracias. Sergio.
Gracias, Emilia. Un concepto a mí me queda, el tema, una preocupación, una reflexión que me surge al escuchar tantas ideas, es que nuestro movimiento tiene que ser eficaz. ¿Cómo hacemos para ser eficaces, para trascender de los buenos propósitos, de las buenas visiones, a los hechos cotidianos. Dos cosas. Una, cómo nos organizamos, cómo nuestras organizaciones, la mundial, las regionales, las de cada país, logramos cohesionarnos organizacional para servir a nuestras ciudades, para servir a nuestros líderes locales con eficacia. Nada fácil, estamos en ese proceso, creo que vamos en buen camino todos, pero bueno, hay que ponerle mucha atención a eso, sería una reflexión para mí. Y termino diciendo respecto a eso, que el ejemplo que a mí me viene a la mente cuando pienso en esto es Turquía. Creo que todos estamos conmocionados con lo que ha pasado estos días. Mi nieta me pedía que le explicara en la televisión qué estaba pasando, no le pude explicar muy bien. Y me preguntaba yo, mis colegas turcos, cómo han hecho para ser eficaces, para responderle a la gente que no tiene tiempo, obvio, de esperar respuestas, cómo nos preparamos nosotros, no para un escenario como el de Turquía, que deseamos que no se repita en ninguna parte del mundo, pero tenemos emergencias de todo tipo, de género, de migraciones, de muchos temas que estamos viviendo en las ciudades, en mi país, en México, la frontera, la migración hacia Estados Unidos. Tenemos muchas emergencias humanitarias y cómo nosotros tenemos que ser eficaces instrumentos de la gente que vive en las ciudades para resolver esos problemas. Nada fácil, un desafío que me parece que a mí me da preocupación para aprovechar estos encuentros y regresar con respuestas a cuando las organizaciones de Latinoamérica, las de mi región, que somos más de 50 asociaciones municipalistas en los 33 países, cómo somos mejores, somos más eficaces a responder a las problemáticas de nuestras ciudades.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Please do. Open mic here. Anybody can, by the way.
Muchísimas
Go.
gracias. No, solo para agregar a lo que acaba de decir Sergio, y que fue tema de conversación también que tuvimos antes de Navidad, y que una organización como la Unión Europea se relaciona con los gobiernos. Y a veces para llegar a la gente que realmente necesita en algunos países muy frágiles, donde no hay relaciones políticas con los gobiernos centrales, el único punto de entrada son los gobiernos locales y las comunidades. Así que yo creo que este es un punto fundamental que merece una reflexión y quizás una acción, un learning, un meet y todas las cajas que tenemos aquí para pensar de hacer algo sobre esto. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Andrea. Look, I think, there are obviously many important messages that have been delivered now by Sergio and by Andrea, but I want to focus on one specifically, not on the one of efficiency, because I think we will cover that a lot tomorrow and the day after. But the issue of the complex emergencies and the poly-crisis, which I brought up in my initial pitch, but I think are becoming more and more relevant, more and more important. We have been working together with our colleagues from Metropolis and the London School of Economics researching complex emergencies and emergency governance and the new tasks that local and regional governments need to face, but also the change of governance architecture that entails. Now, it hasn't landed in the right place of the international agenda. But when I heard Gutierrez's speech last week about a special space in the United Nations to talk about emergencies and to actually make the current system, the current multilateral system, able to react with interagency response, it triggered something that I thought we should also be promoting in UCLG and within the membership. So I think that is a specific area that we need to continue working on based on the research that we have already done and based on the cases that we are studying. This is just to show you that these discussions that we are having about our capacities, our powers, our ideas and dreams are not in a void. need to be translated into very concrete actions for the network as a whole and for our local and regional governments individually. So I'm really grateful that you bring that up. Never an easy thing to close such a debate, Octavi, but I know you can do it.
I'll try. I'm not sure I'll be able to articulate what I'm trying to say. It's the first afternoon, so there's a long week ahead.
It's the first afternoon.
But I was missing something in this debate. Of course, I was talking about these contradictions, the complexity of the actors. As you said, we have learned during the last years to surf, to sail across the seas of multilateralism, international agencies, nation states, but we are still missing what I call the powers in the shadow. And there's a lot of knowledge among us that we should share on how to deal with them. And I put a clear example. There's a small town here in the province of Barcelona that the council decided to raise the taxes to one main, very well-known logistic company. And the logistic company say, okay, if you raise the taxes, then I move. And there are 6,000 workplaces will be lost in your hometown. But the city council decided to say, no, I'm not going to accept your blackmailing, your chantage. And that's it. So, and there's a lot of things happening in our territories that are these powers in the shadow that are conditioning our development. They are also deepening the inequalities in our territories. And sometimes they force even our local governments to compete among us, which goes against the spirit of the Pact of the Future. So, of course, every territory has the right to develop, to be competitive, and to attract investment, talent, whatever. But we need as well to look at how we can work together in this new space, especially with the new new technologies, these companies that gather all the knowledge. And sometimes we are very small to be able to be up to the challenge. So that's... Sorry.
No. When that has come up in our discussions, and I think this is something that we need to keep in our mind for the discussions tomorrow of the unpacking of the pact, it has always come up within the context of false narrative and the lack of trust that we are observing in our institutions, and very often is due to the fact that people do not understand that there are other powers in play that are not making it possible for institutions to react correctly. But maybe there are additional discussions that we need to have about this. And it's not, I mean, we are not discussing only about the private sector. I think it's a broader discussion that we need to have. I think many of us, and we will talk this week, obviously we will talk about the important armed conflict that is taking place in the heart of Europe with the invasion of Ukraine, and we will talk about the impact that it is having in many of our models. I mean, I think many of us were very surprised to actually discover what our energy system looked like, what our food system looked like, etc. So I think that you are bringing that up, and certainly with our special envoy on food security and the work that we are doing with our colleagues of the FAO, etc., we will be talking about these things. So thank you very much for the inputs that you are bringing. I guess what we are saying today, and this is how I would like to close this segment and go to the wrap-up of the day. We know that some of these priorities that we have identified need to go to a different place in our agenda. The importance, the priority they have in our agenda now might not be the right one, and we need to make the connection between these things differently. And so I hope that tomorrow, when we discuss the entry points that unite our Pact for the Future and the common agenda of the United Nations, we will unveil some of them and identify some of the gaps that we might have. I really enjoyed this discussion. I thank you very much. I could go on forever because it relates so very, very well to the work that we have done. Thank you, Sarah, for disclosing the factory of the future. Thank you to all the colleagues that have contributed, in particular Juan Carlos that is around there, and Claudia. And Claudia, sorry, yes, and Claudia that have been facilitating. For Claudia, it was the first time that she had a public role in our retreat, her second retreat. Congratulations and well done. Thank you, everybody. I would say, let us start to wrap up with a big celebration for us, which is the signature of a memorandum of understanding, a partnership agreement with the World Blind Union. We are delighted. UPE, yes, thank you. Okay, so Federico, do you want to do the honors and introduce to us what we are doing and why it is so important to us?
I'm going to be really short because I know you guys all want to eat and also talk to each other, but it's a really exciting moment for us at UCLG, just seeing the growth of what we look at as equity and inclusion, making sure that we not only advocate for those things, but we also create the enabling factors for that inclusion. And one of those critical things is accessibility, which, as you know, in the Pact for the Future is recognized as a right. And we're going to be promoting that as a human right and part of the right to the city, looking at our new services and what we want to see in terms of our equitable future. And this is also a big moment because it's the first time that we entered this agreement with an organization of persons with disabilities. So as short, an organization of persons with disabilities is an organization that's primarily headed and led by persons with disabilities. So it really speaks to what the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities says, nothing about us without us. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think I will just start to sign, but I would like to invite you to say a few words. Mark, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So my name is Mark Workman. I'm the CEO with the World Blind Union. And for those who aren't familiar with the WBU, we are an internationally focused organization that has a mission to promote the full inclusion and participation of blind and partially sighted people around the world. And I'm really excited to be a part of this historic event. As was just mentioned, this Memorandum of Understanding represents the first such agreement between UCLG and an organization of persons with disabilities, and we are extremely proud to be the organization chosen for this honor. And this really is a reaffirmation of the commitment to accessibility that's demonstrated by both organizations. Our two organizations have been working together for a number of years already, but this agreement will really help us take our partnership to the next level. And so what do we mean by the next level? One priority coming out of this agreement will be localization, a word that we've heard quite a bit already today. And so in the context of localization with respect to accessibility, we talk a lot about the why of accessibility. You know, we can link the need for accessibility to larger international frameworks like the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities or the New Urban Agenda. But understanding the why, even though that is incredibly important, is not enough. Our big focus of our work going forward will be on the how of accessibility. So how do we take the commitments to accessibility that countries have made around the world through ratifying the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities or through adopting their own domestic legislation? How do we take those commitments and translate them into tangible improvements in how our cities are designed? And though I don't want to suggest that's easy, I do think it's not particularly complicated. There are lots of examples and best practices. We heard just a little while ago from Bilbao and some accessibility work being done in that city. We know that there are standards that can guide us in this work, and there are organizations of persons with disabilities around the world who are ready and willing to help with this effort. And so that brings me to the second focus of this partnership, which is how can we bring local and regional governments who want to improve accessibility and inclusion, how do we bring them together with the many organizations of people with disabilities in their local communities? who have that lived experience, who know what barriers they face and how to remove them. How do we bring those groups together? And we will work with UCLG to support meaningful and productive engagement between local and regional governments, known as the members of UCLG, and organizations of people with disabilities, the members of WBU. And when these two groups come together to co-design urban spaces, the result is going to be communities that are designed for everyone, cities that are built for all people. And this, I think, is a really clear and beautiful example of the power of we. And we in WBU can't wait to work with UCLG on this initiative. So I don't want to take any more time, but I would just be remiss if I didn't say a couple of words of thanks to our UCLG friends. Thank you to everyone who had a hand in achieving this agreement. In particular, thank you to Federico Battista Poitier for championing the agreement within UCLG. Thank you as well to Amelia Says, of course, for committing to accessibility at the highest level of UCLG, and for leading by example and making sure that UCLG events, like the one we're here at today, are as accessible as possible. And really, lastly, I just want to thank a couple of people from the WBU team. Without the tremendous work of both Benjamin Dard and Hannes Julien Lagrelius, without all of their efforts and work with UCLG, we would not be here today. So thank you very much to both of you. And that's it from me. Thank you all for listening. Please stay tuned and watch for initiatives that are going to come out of this partnership. Look forward to getting to know you and to working with you over the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, Mark is a very hard act to follow because he knows exactly what we need to do. So basically, we just follow him, and he leads, and we follow the way. But I do want to share with you that we wouldn't be signing this agreement or making our improvements in accessibility. We are not perfect, Mark, we know, but we will get there. If it wasn't because of an international process where we participated together, I think the process towards a new urban agenda, and I'm looking at Hannes and he's nodding, that process towards the new urban agenda, towards Habitat 3, was the space where we met and we started to actually understand each other, to influence each other, and to impact on each other's decisions. So I just wanted to celebrate that international process, because sometimes when we talk about top-down things, we forget that you also need those, top-down and bottom-up. Shall we sign, Mark? Let us do it. Thank you.